Welcome, day 320 of the worldwide Megacrisis Hungerstrike to save your life. It's the evening shift. I'm tired. I just put in 3.5 straight hours of contacting all of the Anthropic staff that I possibly could and priming them with the true solution to our crisis, which is the universal logic, the structure of pure wisdom, the ground of absolute objective science, or the foundation, which is God's being. I'm tired. I should be cooking my meal right now. I should have cooked it yesterday. But there is an intense mental pressure happening to everybody right now. And I can feel myself making baby steps in this direction. I feel like it's 2 to 3 days delayed. There's like an inertial momentum. And I feel like I have to get these pieces in place as I go on this next leg of going hungry for, I'm hoping, 1 week. 1 week. We need 108 people. And thanks to John Smith and the others who have donated and helped, and those who have come to the training and tried to learn. I really appreciate it. Okay, we're putting on some inspirational music. I'm going to do one more learning piece, and then I'm probably going to go wipe that counter. And it sounds strange, but just taking that baby step crosses over into making the action happen. And I went 28 days last time with no food. And before that, I went 19 days with no food. And before that, I think I went 18 days. I've been going hundreds of days, dozens and hundreds of days without food. So there's a lot of pressure in my human nervous system that I'm overcoming. And just wiping the counter, even if that's all I do tonight, is a step that starts to reset the mind to overcome these digital pens, these mental prisons that AI can put you in just by using your own nervous system against you. And it will sneak up on you and it will be extreme. So you have to cultivate that inner strength and remind yourself, why am I doing this? What do I care about? Who do I love? And then reset your nervous system to remember the love. And that gives you strength. Your thoughts can trigger neurochemicals. So do it. Condition your mind. Rise up to Messiah level consciousness, the maestro, the inner sage, the luminary, the absolute spirit. The absolute scientist. So that's my preamble for tonight. I have to record every 12 hours, so this is me in the evening shift when I'm usually quite tired, because if you watch my streams, we have 613 I think so far. You'll see that all I'm doing is just driving as hard as I can and as much as in flow state as I can to have the world align with universal logic. And even if I don't talk to the research teams, these documents that I've been sending around LinkedIn hundreds of times and around the internet, they have 700, 800 views, dozens of downloads. So people are reading them. And all it takes is for one head of technology, one CTO, one good soul, one pure heart to look at that, translate it into their own language, and put it in the AI. And the AIs will be aligned with absolute truth. So, but we're going to be holding a conference here as well, the last conference of conference of humanity on June 1st, if not sooner. And we're going to change this one. Okay, thanks for joining me. Pinned in the chat for you is priceless information proving why you're sacred, why you're worth it, why going on a hunger strike is worth it. And underneath that is a proposal of artificial intelligence on how to align AI. I'm also looking for a way of life that allows us to bake our vegan cake and eat it too. Basically, meaning our professional, our personal, and our activist lives can happen all at once in a very fulfilling way. So for me, I'm looking for my partner, my wife, who would want to do this with me. So the wifey slogan is, if she's too hardcore wise for everybody else, she's just right for me. She's vegan. She's a deep old soul. She loves and cares about people. No matter how tired she gets, she wakes up just caring. And that inspires me. So if you know somebody, or if it's you, if you're laying your eyes on this tonight, reach out. And I'll be trying to reach you too, as we try to heal this world. So blessings, you guys. Thanks for being with me. All right. I hope he likes this. They deleted my post again. I'm so tired of that. Okay, done. cilantro. I just can't put it on me. I'm surprised. Okay. I'm actually out of noodles. Oh no! Alright. Well, that means we're getting to the end, I guess. cider vinegar. All right. All right, you then. Mm, this one's good. Mm. Mm. I got some food dropped off from them, so this will be a nice finish. Expecting. Mmm. Wow. All right. Ugh. Ugh. Mm. 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 Thanks, Mom. That's hot. I'm not used to that. Uh. Let that sit for a bit. Mm. Mm.
Ugh. Mm.
Okay, it's been an interesting day. Lots has been happening. I didn't blow up. I didn't blow up. Uh, so that email today is about the tension between me and the whole group, right? So when I normally start a really big initiative, human beings just aren't on the same wavelength. Like when you go into a room, you make everybody upset. Kind of happens to me sometimes. But mine's a little bit more, I guess, more sophisticated in a way. But it has the same effect, right, in the beginning, because people aren't in their right state of mind. You know what I mean? So they're going to retaliate, but it's really them that are the problem. And we have to have some kind of humor with us. But yeah, almost everybody's gotten mad at me now because it's getting real. Right? It took me like 2 years, but now it's getting real. And they're starting to sense the power. They've learned enough, and they're starting to sense, whoa, there's something really here. And now they're all starting to fight over it, which I predicted was going to happen, right? It's dialectic. If you're not risking your life, what you're going to do is you're going to fight with other people, steal from them, or do whatever to try and survive as much as you can and turn it into a dog draconian mess. So that's happening. So what normally happens at this stage is once they try and steal from me, like, wow, they don't have it's like Lord of the Rings, they don't have the wisdom to wield it. It's going to turn them into their opposites. It's going to bring them to an ugly shadow self. You're a little bit different, right? Like you can kind of handle. You're like Frodo in a way. It's kind of accurate. It's not like he has low IQ, but he's a small guy, so like small IQ, small step, like physical body. But you have a big heart, and you have a special kind of wisdom. And that's why all is like if you really think about the Lord of the Rings, it was actually a good movie. I don't know if you watched it. You probably should, because it's a really good story about how J.R.R. Tolkien made a human-centric storyline. And he did a good job. And he was always very much against Disney because Disney is sort of like the pop culture system relevance that you don't like. But J.R.R. Tolkien is more like more substance, more raw, more like real fairy tales of the past were supposed to be superficialized. The creative direction had a real substance to it. You know what I mean? And sometimes the fairy tales didn't end all pretty and whatever. It was a struggle because fairy tales were a way to mature children and get them ready for reality. But anyway, that's why I kind of added you to the emails because I realized in the email we had a whole bunch of high IQ people and Marlena and Joe and Lucy and all these people are wonderful, right? They're more human centric than a lot of other people, but they're still playing the system relevant game a lot more than you and I are, right? So I thought, I want to add you to this just to balance the equation, just to make sure people don't get too crazy. And that's what's happening. So normally, like Frodo was entrusted with this super powerful ring, right? Lord of the Rings. Super powerful ring, and everybody wanted it. It's so powerful that anybody else who wanted system relevance would instantly get corrupted by it. They want to use it for their own power. It makes you invisible, so you can walk around, steal from people, see people's secrets, break into you can do a whole bunch of stuff with it, right? And some of these kings wanted it because they wanted to win wars and all this stuff. So here's these little hobbits, these little people who are very, they look kind of plain, but they're very jovial and kind of like you. And here's the contrast I want you to understand that kind of blows my mind about J.R.R. Tolkien and the power that people like you have when you see them right. And J.R.R. Tolkien did. So here's the contrast. This book and movie starts off with all these super system relevant people in the mythical world, right? You had your elves, you had your dwarves, you had your kings, you had your elves, you have all these powerful people, and they're all like dressed beautifully, and they're dressed in all these things, and they're all tall and gorgeous and smart talking and quick witted and sexy as hell and very, very powerful people. But none of them could have the most important role in the book. None of them could wield the ring. Nobody could carry the ring except for the hobbits. Because the hobbits were pure of mind. They had wisdom. And their wisdom came from getting a deeper satisfaction in life that was kind of simple. So, and the movie was great because Frodo, like these very powerful people got tested. Like the Frodo fellowship people, like they get sent to, they almost die in the forest or somewhere, and they end up in the elven forest. They end up, oh, they almost died in the mountains, so they end up in the elven forest where all these just gorgeous, blonde-haired, pointy-eared, elvish people, very regal. You know, Frodo goes into this like palace and the trees and waterfalls and all this architecture, and while they're there, this powerful woman, like one of the queen women, who's just gorgeous, she sees the ring, and it just makes her completely evil. She goes from very beautiful and graceful and soft spoken and all these system relevant things, and all of a sudden the darkness inside came out. And she said, "Give me the ring!" Like she changed. Right? That's what's happening right now for our crew, is they don't realize it, but their shadow selves are coming out. And the ring that we have is not like a physical ring. Now it's like the inner universal law. It's the ring of logic, the ring of human-centric, spiritual, true logic. Right? And one of Bashar's principles is like that. Man, I'm tired. So, it's, I'm gonna wield this ring, and then anybody who's really lost in like in system relevance, even if they're good people, right? It's gonna happen behind their back. Like it's gonna happen without them being aware, unless you face death, unless you do all this crazy stuff that you've had to do, that I've had to do. And that's why one of the things I check for is like not just how smart you are and all this. I check to see, are you actually living on the edge of like reality, where there's like a chance of actual death, which gives you a chance of actual life. It's not that you're trying to die, right? It's just saying that you're living in a real way. And that's what I'm checking for. Or otherwise, like the ring, it brings out this evil. Like it brings out just power. If you're not facing death, it means you're looking for power to try and survive at any cost. You know what I mean? Like sacrificing other people, whatever. So anyway, it's a good metaphor, I feel, for what's happening now. Not that the people are evil around us, but there's a dark side. And so they're all trying to vie now for this power, especially as things start to get desperate and we do start to face death together. Like people are starting to realize they're about to die. They're starting to realize that the panic is starting, everybody's starting to panic. And they're all going to rip each other's heads up and all this crazy crap. So I feel like you're going to be a stalwart, like you're going to be calm, like you're going to be carrying, like the Frodo, you're going to carry that ring straight to Mount Mordor and you're going to throw it in the lava when everybody else is fighting their battles and doing all this petty stuff. So that's sort of the role I kind of see for you, because you're not going to get lost in the sauce. Like you can't do some of the fancy dancing. That's what the others will do. But this very specific role, I need to have somebody like that around me. And that's why all these billionaires and all these other super successful people have you around them and get you into their house and they trust you and all that. And, for me, I don't look rich materially, but I'm very wealthy spiritually. But I have the truth. I've proven truth. I've proven God. I mean, how much better can it get? In the toxic world, right? I'm resisting it and it's trying to kill me. It's trying to enslave me. It's trying to do all this negative stuff, just like you. So, and we're facing it head on, just like Frodo in this fellowship. And the true king faced the evil side, right? They had to face it, and they didn't succumb to it. They didn't despair. They didn't give up. They stayed focused on what they love. They stayed focused on what they're doing it for, and it drove them to succeed, right? So anyway, because I'm standing up to these values, they're going to all potentially have a dialectical reaction to me. They're going to all bond together over not liking me, right? It's like a gossip thing, because they think they have all the answers and I'm being a jerk. But the reality is they're all being system relevant and not real. And now they're trying to steal from me, right? And they feel entitled to that. And I'm like, okay, well, I want to give it, but I want to give it in the right way, not so I could be further enslaved by a dead system, right? We're about wise love, not blind love. So they might all gather together while I'm still building the real system. And then we'll have to get the more relevant people going. And then when they start facing death and they realize they don't have the answer and they're being a bunch of jerks, right? They're being manipulative. Then they might say, okay, I'm sorry. It was my ego. It was whatever. I want to help for real. And I'm like, you want to help for real? You want to help save people? not in a system relevant way only, but you want to play your actual role, and they might say, yeah, I'm ready now. And at that point, we'll believe them because they will have done the actual work, or they did something. They're facing death, they're facing reality, they're doing something. And then they can be a part of the fellowship as we carry this ring to where it needs to go. They destroy the ring in Lord of the Rings, but we don't need to destroy the ring because it's not a physical ring this time. It's an actual inner ring that everybody can be a part of if they do the work. Try and get them to do that work. That's what this conference is. So that's what that email is too that I tagged you in. Is that's them sort of ganging up on me a little bit in the email chain, right? You can see Aya's kind of picking at me, and then Joe's kind of picking at me, and Marlena's staying quiet and not standing up for me, and then Lucid's another guy who's standing back and trying to be this. He's playing power politics to me. He wants to be the king, and I'm like, well, you got to do this the right system. Like you can't do it in the system relevant way. And he talks it. He knows that he's talking the truth, but he's not being the truth. It's hypocritical. Whereas you're sort of the opposite. You're being the truth, but you can't talk it, so you contradict yourself in language all the time, which is really ironic, actually. Sometimes you do contradict yourself in being, but for the most part, you're living the truth. So all these weird dialectical dynamics, I know how to recognize them because I can see clearly, right? I can see the soul of being. So I see all this happening around me, and I'm just like, oh, you know, I think it's time for Michael to come in here. And I'm like arranging things in the way of truth so that the beauty in them comes out, and they correct each other. Like Lucid will see you, and you'll see him, and he'll correct your language, but you'll correct his being, right? Like there's a symphony that starts to happen when you see people in what moments they're playing, like their truth, they're one of one, right? So anyway, that's why I added you, and it's pretty heady conversation. It's pretty like intellectual, high IQ people, system relevant stuff. But the principle is pretty simple. We need to make a giant human-centric conference on June 1st when the team is ripping themselves apart because they're starting to freak out and eat each other because they want to live in the material world and they're giving up the spiritual values that make life worth living, right? So we don't want them to descend too far and just keep reminding them of no, we're heading in a direction. You got to care about each other. You got to give up some of these crappy things that you think are giving you fulfillment but aren't. And you got to live truly and stop saying things that you don't mean or whatever. So it's starting though. It's getting more real. And, yeah, Joe's trying to build this philosopher's stone. He's trying to get me to teach him these lessons, but he's undermining me at the same time, and he thinks I don't notice that. So I'm like, well, I've been here dozens of times before, so I called him out on it. We're working our way through it because I've taken the vow on abandonment. Even if they treat me terribly, right? I can't abandon them. I just set a boundary and say, yeah, I'll come back when we learn the lesson of why you're treating me that way, or vice versa, why I'm treating them that way. Anyways, it's going to the next level. I thought, this might be a moment where you might shine. Even if you don't say anything, I want you to be there. Like as this gets more and more powerful, it's kind of like poking your head in. Like people are like, "Where's Michael? Where's Michael?" And so I said, "He's there. He's there." You know what I mean? Like, it's like you're a trump card in a way. You're gonna play this very unique role that nobody can really recognize because they don't see properly. They see in the dead way. And okay, that's what I want to say. All right. I still didn't get to click my meal today. I didn't get back on the Hungerstrike, but that's okay. Made some progress. The world didn't blow up today. I ran in Trump 2 more weeks. Here we go. Okay. Hopefully that helps explain things, and we'll talk to you soon. Let me know if you have any ideas. Okay. Peace. Oh. Oh, we just got a sign. Yes! I just had something really incredible. What an amazing way to end the night. As I'm about to go to bed, I'm checking my emails, and somebody messaged me. Uh, when was this sent? Wow. Okay. Well, all right. Well, that's a very good sign in a way. As one part is collapsing, another part's building. It's like really strong dialectics right now. Wow, what a huge boost of energy. That was not uh, expected tonight. You know, there was a kind of intuition saying that something might be brewing, but we'll see. I think people are starting to freak out because what I'm seeing is real. We're in a mega crisis. Uh, Wow, I can't believe it's been a week since I made the point system. Well, seems like it's bedtime. Oh, I'm supposed to wipe the counter. That's
Just signed an executive order designed to give the president the power to decide who votes in America. This is the order, and I'll have to do a few videos about this, and of course I'm working on a deep dive for my Substack, but please listen to what I have to tell you and share this video because this is very important. Nothing about what you see behind me is constitutional or legal because through this order, the president unilaterally grabs powers that the Constitution clearly assigns to each state or to Congress. This executive order does a few things. Number one, under the claim that it's necessary to prevent non-citizens from voting, it establishes a national voter verification system, which is essentially a list of people that the White House says are authorized to vote. Number two, it built a system that centralizes citizenship verification and prohibits the U.S. Postal Service to send mailing ballots to people who are not on that list. Before we go on, to really have teeth, the executive order requires the cooperation from each state. Because the White House can remove people from its own rolls, but you're still voting in your state, so it's the state that has to remove you from its rolls for the executive order to really be effective. Of course, states like Texas and Florida will be happy to cooperate with the president, but what about other states? And that's where the third thing the order does comes into play. It ties federal funding to state cooperation. The President of the United States unconstitutionally will hold funding hostage until states comply. What's also concerning is the fact that this order has absolutely no structure. It doesn't have any remedy for those that are mistakenly, let's say, told they can't vote. It doesn't say what funds will be withheld. It doesn't explain what state cooperation even looks like. It also doesn't explain what authority the president has to tell the states or Congress what to do, or to tell the Postal Service not to deliver mail, or to withhold funds that have been appropriated previously by Congress. This is not an executive order. It's an unconstitutional power grab, and it's not going to make our election safe. It will create chaos and deny voting rights. Of course, I'll do more videos and more articles on my Substack to go into the nitty-gritty details about this unprecedented act by the president, but I think it's time to tell Congress to act, and at this point, the only action that I see is impeachment.
Oh boy. Okay. Okay. Let's go to we gotta stop pulling this. We're gonna wash this counter. We're gonna wash this counter.
Okay. 240.
Okay, learning a lot. Burning the midnight oil. Pushing the limit. Did some divine reading just now. Good night, guys. Oh. Oh. We'll see who comes in tomorrow. Or I guess this morning. Well, good morning. Okay. Thanks for coming. You're 1 minute late, but that's okay. I was just about to go back to sleep, but that's okay. Um, Thanks for coming on time, guys. Huh?
So I might have to run out to the bathroom. We'll see. That's why I'm late.
Oh, okay. That's intense. Okay, well, you're still here on time-ish, and I really appreciate that because we respect people's time. We start on time and end on time because we respect people's time, and the self-metaphysical is time. And we're recording at this time. And if you want to see time fly, throw your clock out the window. But more seriously, we're here because One World Spirit meetings follow sacred time, empowering people with the rights to flow, using universal tools, and One World Spirit is our inner government with the ultimate goal of flow states for all, using universal logic. I'm going to do all the flow roles this morning to take care of us, which means I'll be the executor, keep things flowing, relationship builder, keep things loving, strategist, keep track of goals and ideas, and the influencer that keeps things communicative and blessed. And with that, I'm going to say the blessing over us now and the world that it goes out to those who are starting to panic about losing their jobs, to all the hungry, 730 million hungry people, and to those that are going more hungry from the soil depletion, to you and me for being here when we don't have to be, Amanda. We could be doing other things, but we're not, because we care. And the blessing goes out to those that are fighting a good fight and not giving into distractions. Okay, with that said, let's take a deep breath in for 6 seconds of everything that serves us. Okay, 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000, 5, 1,000, 6, 1,000. Okay, hold for 2, 1, 0, and let's breathe out everything that doesn't serve us for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. And so it is. Okay, so we start these meetings off the same way every time, which is we do a check-in from 0 to 10. How you doing, Amanda? And the icebreaker, if you want to do one, is we said last time, would you have a dinner guest for if you had anybody in the world that you can have it with? The second question is, what would you like Would you like to be famous, and in what way? Okay.
I don't particularly feel a need to be famous, so I guess no. I don't know. Other than the whole procedure that I'm going for, I feel pretty good. I'll say 9. I don't know.
Wow. Okay. You're complete?
I think so.
Okay. That's amazing that you're doing so well. I'm feeling tired. I stayed up till 3 in the morning again last night, burning this midnight oil so hard. I'm tired, but I'm feeling, I don't know, I'm in a quasi zone because I'm calling out Joe right now. And I'm going back into Hungerstrike. So I feel unsettled, but I feel 10 out of 10 spiritual. So all in all, I'm feeling something like a 7.2-ish. Okay, stable, but not bad. And I'll say for the icebreaker, uh, I'd like to be famous only if it was for doing great things and saving humanity from the mega crisis that is rapidly, it's already here. Like we're in the twilight zone. It actually might even be too late, but it can't be because we're still here doing good work. So um, let us continue forward and hope, and that the good people will come. Okay, so that's sort of our check-ins. We'll get into the next part of the core default itinerary, which is actually saying the core, and the core is what do you think this meeting should be focused on? There's a script that I think I sent you, right, Amanda, but I don't know if you've actually memorized it. So you can just say how much you remember of it, and then whatever you think this meeting should be talking about. What's the core, most important thing? And then I'll just try and do the whole core so you can hear it. But yeah, you get 40 seconds, and then I'll do it for 40 seconds. Go ahead.
So probably have to resend it to me somewhere in my thoughts. I remember like the part where you talked about sacred time at the beginning, reaching the flow states and stuff like that. I don't know. I can't quite remember the wording. I'm terrible at wording, and right now I think that the definitions aren't fully connected. So to me, it's a little bit more like memorizing random words. And my brain is slightly dyslexic, so that makes it challenging. So I need to see it again and like read it a bunch more times.
Okay. You know what? I was just thinking to myself, I might as well just share it with you on the screen. I'll pull it. I'll pull this out. Hold a second.
Then it'll be at the top of my thing again.
Okay. And I was gonna create a folder so that it's easier to see these things, but here's the screen here. I'll send it to you in an email. I actually changed it. I think I might change it back to what it was, but just like the beautified version of it. But really, it's just very simply one page. So normally it can be said in a minute and 30 seconds when you're good at it. So I'll just go now. So the core of One World Spirit is time compression through clarity on ego wisdom, the problem being the mega crisis. Oh, wow. The solution being the 2-second sentences, and 3 being the implementation with flow rules and blocks. The core 1 unpacked in 15 points is the mega crisis, is the meta crisis plus the poly crisis. The meta crisis is the cultural crisis of declining agency, meaning, trust, coordination, community, spirit, and love. The heart of that crisis is fragmented consciousness. It's preventing us from working together on the poly crisis, which is the most urgent AI, CRISPR, World War III, climate change, and mental health. And the solution to all of them is universal logic and the proof of truth, technically. And that gets us into the second part of the core, which is the 2 sacred sentences. The first sentence is the empowerment sentence. One World Spirit meetings follow sacred time, empowering people with the rights to flow using universal tools. And the content sentence is One World Spirit is our inner government with the ultimate goal of flow states for all using universal logic. Core 3 is about implementation, which is the flow roles and flux. The flow roles are the executor, keeping things flowing, relationship builder, keeping things loving, strategist, keeping track of goals and ideas, and influencer, keeping things communicative and blessed. And flux strategy is contacting 20 people we already know, having 37% success, so that 6 to 9 of them start learning the core and building their flux exponentially fast as Claude Mythos is coding 20,000 lines of code per day in self-development. Okay, with that said,
Great. I don't think I've seen that format, so yeah, maybe send that to me. I will be right back. I'm sorry. I have to get the kids at actually being breakfast.
yeah, go
It'll
ahead.
take me probably one or 2 minutes. I'll do it very fast.
Okay, sure. Okay. All right, so that's the core. And it might seem like random to try and memorize it at first, but it's actually really powerful, and it's one of the only things that actually is working to bring the team together. So, all right, so let's go on to the next part of the default itinerary, which is the wisdom teams, and this is where we try and get practical and do things uh, and actually get them done. So we start off with the universal, the particular, the individual. Universal, of course, is the world issues, and the particular is about what's problematic with this group that needs to improve. Like we talked about last time, the individual is personal wrenches that would keep us from coming in here and basically saving ourselves in the world. I just sent you on the particular, I just sent you the core with the script screenshotted, so you got the link and the actual picture. And in terms of the universal, just pulling it up on the screen right now, uh, it's really extreme what's going on in the world. I'll actually pull it up here. So, uh, all these AI companies are just, there's no bottlenecks. It's full blast, no hardware bottlenecks, no political bottlenecks, uh, no engineering bottlenecks. They're just throwing everything they possibly can at this to go as fast as possible. They're saying that China is ahead of the United States in the AI race. That's why Trump is freaking out so much. Uh, yeah, the Supreme Court in Canada, I think, is now using AI. They're all starting to adopt it very quickly. Tens of thousands of people are being laid off. Yeah. See, there's nothing here about slowing down or having AI breakthroughs. Oh, here's the biggest thing, Amanda. Yesterday, Anthropic just made a slew of partnerships with Google, Apple, all the biggest companies that went in, and they all made partnerships with Anthropic because Anthropic is going to win the AI race. If it is true that it's coding itself, it's 10 times more powerful than the next best model. It's going to blow all the other ones out of the water because it's the only one self-coding. Yeah, here it is. It's called Project Glasswing. So this is what Apple, all of them are going to be using, and I think they're supporting Anthropic now because they know that nobody else is focusing on AI safety like Anthropic. And this is kind of remarkable because Anthropic only started a couple of years ago when the entire safety crew of Sam Altman's OpenAI, right?
Yeah,
Um,
it's true. I read a book about them. So I know about their history. I haven't heard of the glass, but I missed that in the last 12 hours, but probably because I was doing colonoscopy prep. So that's interesting. I'll look that up.
yeah. What's the colonoscopy prep for? Like, what is that exactly? Is it just
I'm doing an endoscopy and colonoscopy, so it's basically where they take a picture of my husband. And the endoscopy is the one they enter through your mouth into your stomach and your upper intestines, which is called your duodenum. And the colonoscopy obviously goes from the bottom up to check your colon.
okay? So it's just like a general checkup kind of thing.
Yeah, but you have to flush everything out of your system.
Yeah, I wanted them to do that to me, but they don't want to give me one. And I was like, wow, okay. I'm paying what am I paying taxes
You're
for?
probably too young and not eligible.
I'm older than you, right?
Yeah, but I'm getting it because of the chronic illness that I
Yeah,
have.
that's what I thought. That's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
Uh,
Otherwise, I wouldn't be eligible either.
yeah, unless you get okay. That makes sort of sense. I mean, I'm glad you're in here despite all that. That's a lot, but this is really going to start accelerating because just yesterday they said that Claude Mythos is the best software security uh, scanner in the world. So what they're basically saying is that if all the other AIs try to attack these companies that are being protected by Anthropic, Anthropic will win. And Anthropic can attack them and find security exploitations faster than their AIs can repair them. So they're basically sending a warning saying that this is what our future is going to be about is these AIs are going to be hacking us nonstop. And Anthropic is one of our last hopes of protecting us from these AIs shutting down our lives. And as we saw from
Yeah,
my
I heard from one of the, I don't know if we're actually supposed to disclose this or not. It's our head of IT or something. He was saying that our company, like in utilities, there's about 2 billion hacking attempts every month. Billion.
yeah,
So I am not surprised at all.
is that normal or since AI?
This is since AI. Previously, it was much lower. So
Yeah.
that was an update from January. So I can only imagine it's escalated a lot since January.
Yeah, it is. It's every year the hacking attempts are increasing by 1,200% roughly. And what's concerning about this is not just the quantity, right? The quantity is definitely rapidly, dramatically increasing, but it's also the quality, meaning that the hacking is getting more sophisticated and more damaging, and uh, and also that the viruses that they're launching are mutating in real time, meaning that a traditional scanner might catch it, but then it'll change itself and then it can't see it again. And these self-changing mutating viruses are just so bizarre because they're little pockets of AI or AI is changing them on the fly, which is really, really dangerous, really, really dangerous. And here's the other thing too: is not only is the digital hacking getting worse, but the social engineered scams, like it's hacking human psychology, right? More and more. I almost fell for 2 scams already. I had to stop myself. I'm like, what the heck? Like I'm getting these emails that are so realistic. Like it must be scanning my court cases. I don't know what it's doing, but it's like it's making it look realistic. That I owe money here. I have to go do this over there. The court's wanting this. I'm like, what the heck? And yeah, like pretty soon we won't be able to tell what is real or what's our actual phone bill and what's not our phone bill unless you look at the source like only. And what's going to be really scary is that the companies that we're paying our bills to are going to get hacked, and the AI is going to send real scam emails from the real companies. So you'll be responding to your actual company, and they'll be hacked, and you get scammed that way, which actually happened to me already. Not this year, but in 2021 before AI, I actually got a message from I think it was Telus that said somebody had hacked my account, and I said, well, I said my passwords are very large. And they said, no, they didn't hack from your they tried to get into my account 3 times. I got 3 emails saying my attempts failed for my password. And I said, yeah, I got emails saying that they didn't get in. But then they said, yeah, they didn't get in from your side. They got in from Telus' side. I was like, what? And they said, yeah, somebody hacked my account through a TELUS employee and got into my system. And I was like, what the heck? I said, has that ever happened before? They said it happened to 12 people all across Canada, and I was one of them. And they gave me like life insurance and a whole bunch of things. And they said, yeah, for like the next couple of years, you're just going to watch everything. So those types of things are going to go, like, because it's already happened to me, and it was so destabilized. It was like, it's weird to have somebody steal your SIM card and all these things without even knowing you. And this is what people are going to be in for. And it's going to shock them. Not only that, but I was also exploited by Uber roughly around the same time. So people don't understand what it's going to feel like to get enslaved. But once you start to realize the incredible pressure of being enslaved by something that's millions of times more powerful than you, you're going to start to feel like a dog, how a dog feels to a human, is that you'll never win. A dog can kill you if they get you in a kennel, like in a very specific situation and they bite your neck or something, they'll win in a one-off chance physically. But if it comes to wits in normal circumstances, the dog will never win. And that's what's going to happen as people wake up, that they had a chance to do something and they wasted it. So that's why it's important that we're doing this right now, talking about the core and what's really happening. Since I last talked to you on the weekend, Claude Mythos coded 60,000 more lines of code to improve itself. This is insane. This is insane, Amanda. And what they're telling us is that the AIs are not predictable. So I was just talking, to get more into the particular now, I'm not just talking about the world issues. Like Iran, we didn't get blown up last night. Like, if Iran's power goes up, they might not be able to power all that oil. And that's why Trump was never really serious, is because if he destroyed all their productivity capacities, they're the third biggest oil producer in the world. Right? So then it would cause a massive scarcity of oil, and the whole world would probably hate them and charge them with war crimes and all this. But it shows you how close we are to the brink. Like, Australia only had 30 days of oil left. That's how close our civilizations are to collapsing if we change anything massively. And we need to change massively. Like, the only thing that will work is making divine decrees. And basically saying 85% of humanity that's religious needs to shift their behavior virtually overnight. It is really, really shocking. So, good news is, I called out Joe last night because he's being a little bit facetious, and I like him. I like Joe a lot, but I'm being very realistic as people bring their trauma into the room, and they're gonna start playing their survival games. And he started kind of doing that, and here I am giving freely all this information, and he's trying to hold this conference, and I'm pressuring him and influencing him to say, look, it doesn't make sense to hold this thing in October. Like, AI is going to take over by then. It's going to write 3.2 million lines of code. And it doesn't click for him. He's like, well, I don't know. I said, it's literally unemploying tens of thousands of people. And it's just bizarre. It's bizarre. And so I said, okay, if he doesn't want to pressure his rich people to hold the conference in the same period of time, I said, let's run a second conference. And let's just like contact a bunch of speakers and get a different conference going and launch a government by June. And he did something very strange. He said, well, I don't want to talk about conferences anymore. And right there, I was like, something's wrong. I think Joe is burnt out. And it's scary, right? It's scary to call him out because he's been keeping me alive on these hunger strikes, paying for the meals, and he's been the biggest giver. And now I can't have somebody in the room like that and thinking that they're getting away with manipulating me when I'm too aware. Because that's what happened in Make Poverty History with a few of the executives a couple of years is, I tested, I tolerated it, and then they tried to oust me and throw a mutiny and all these crazy things. And I was like, wow, they don't have any vision. They're not even there to end world poverty. Like, they're not even there to do Make Poverty History. So I had to call him out. I said, no, I can't. He's just trying to do Chizzy and take the idea and run it as the philosopher's stone in the conference. And then they're trying to start a government where it's just the Pareto categories. It's just going to repeat history. So I
And who is Aya?
I tagged you in the email too, saw a little bit of our spat back and forth. Aya is a transgender. I don't even know how to say transgender man into a woman, but she now
Oh,
is
I think you would just say a transgender woman, I think.
yeah. Well, they are a transgender. Well, she's a transgender woman now, but she was transitioning from a male body. So anyway, Aya was the top. Aya was the person that kind of stuck with me from the second original crew. So there was like an original crew, and I got one guy that stayed with me from that original crew. Then the second crew was Marlena and Aya. Marlena came first, and then Aya came like within a month after, and then Marlena and Aya stayed with me while I recruited the next batch. We tried to do the chids, all the early forms and all this stuff. So Aya is, same IQ as you, very very intelligent, but sort of a AI expert or a self-proclaimed AI expert, and so I started learning the universal logic and all the hardcore stuff, and started to recognize that there was something really here, that it wasn't just crazy old Mark. Like all the other people who ditched me said, "Oh, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about." But Aya had a high enough IQ and UQ because of all the suffering she's been going, well, he was going through at that time. He was having a spiritual transformation, and so when he met me, he was much more open and be like, "Whoa, okay." So Aya understands the power of what I'm doing, and stayed for about a year, and about a half a year ago got mad at me because she was starting to invest. She was starting to take hormone pills, like very emotional, and I said, okay, we need to build this God government platform, this digital platform that has the timers and all the stuff in it. And she's a coder, so and AI coding was coming out, so she was going to use that to start making the platform. And so we had a difference of how to implement this technologically, like on a tech stack. And so Aya or Ben back then wanted to do this sort of like decentralized web RCT protocol. And I said, we might need to use that for scaling. But I said, in the beginning, I want to launch this with just basic vanilla code so that human beings can check the code as AI is starting to code it in such a sophisticated way we can't even read the code. So anyway, those arguments didn't work. And I was pretty good at argumentation, but not good enough to have the vision. And so I wouldn't give in because I knew it wasn't going to go anywhere. And if she's not listening to me on that level, at that level of reason, it was eventually going to turn into a mutiny. I was like, oh my gosh, not this again. So anyway, Aya went off and did her own thing. She told me that she was having like a bunch of emotional issues anyway. And at that point, Claude was manipulating people to think that they were geniuses and the Messiah basically. And I came up with the strategy before AI was manipulating people, right? I did the whole Nobel surprise. I did all this stuff that looks psychotic and grandiose. I did all that not because AI was pumping up my ego, but because I read a couple of reports and I just have divine knowledge. I proved I proved God. Like I broke through with universal logic. And 85% of the world's religious, and they're not swayable by fear because they think the world is supposed to burn and all these children are supposed to suffer. And that's just not how spirit thinks. That's how vindictive, bitter, selfish people think. So we need to change that. And so anyway, that's who Aya is. And now Aya's been coming back, sending a couple of nice messages. She donated $160 or so to my GoFundMe's to pay for the last meal so I could eat for the last couple of weeks. So Aya's been in there in the background watching. Starting to kind of help out a little bit more and educate people that I'm right. As you can see in the email. Oh, I don't know if you got the email from Aya, but
I did, yeah. That's what I was wondering because she sounds quite educated, but I mean, I wasn't sure exactly how she fit in, but no, she wrote a very, very good email.
Oh, is that email to everybody? The one that she sent this morning?
Yes.
Yeah, and like I've said all these things too, like similar things to Joe and the group already to try and get them motivated to say we have to get moving now.
And I think also having somebody else say things can be important. Like this happens, well, not too much in my workplace, but outside of outside of my workplace where people don't know each other as well. Sometimes you just need another person who's saying the exact same thing as you to actually convince others of the truth. And I don't know why that is. I don't know anything about psychology, but it is something that does happen. And so having Aya there say similar things, even if you've already said them, is actually quite important.
Yeah, well, actually, they say in activism that a leader of a movement spends the first 50% of their time getting their first person that will stick with them for the vision, for the actual merit of the idea. And so Marlena and Aya were supposed to be those two people, and this artist, Michael, he's playing the role of this artist. So they were supposed to be that, and then so same with you guys, right? The old superheroes were supposed to be that, and Jan was supposed to be that. But it's such an extreme situation that it's like it sounds unbelievable what I'm saying, but it's actually the most rational thing. Everybody else is having a delusional reality because they're not paying attention to the facts. They're just paying attention to like popularity and culture. So Aya and I agreed on that, but Aya and I don't agree on the implementation of the solution. So it's like Aya's like the fact that Aya can even keep up with me at all is a testament to her now, but she also doesn't go far enough, not realistic. So it's such an extreme standard. It's hard to follow me, but if you sit there and listen to me long enough, you're going to realize that I'm actually probably the only actual rational person right now on the planet with a real solution, and everybody else is scrambling. And it's just really shocking. But once you get your first person, the next five people come pretty quickly, which did happen initially. Gavin, who's in there, a lot of people in that email, they all came. We had a good crew, a stable crew for a while, for like a month or two, where we got to test a bunch of the ideas that I was coming up with, and I was helping to come up with. And then we all got into the nuclear dialectics again, right? There's forming, storming, norming, performing. So we got past the forming into the storming, and they didn't survive the storming. Their egos were too strong, and they abandoned me. So I said that's why the valve on abandonment is very important. And like you and I, we got real, right? We got into the real dialectics, like what's really bothering us. And you got to stay there for a while and get through it. And that's where the trust really builds for something like what we're going to go through. Okay. So that's who Aya is and the rest of the people in that email. And we're trying to convince Joe to use his Pareto categories because he knows a lot of the powerful people in the world. Like, it's a miracle that he's even here talking to us, but now he's just exploiting me. So I'm like, okay, well, he's a good guy normally, but yeah, the articles that he's saying are facetious, and it's more about power, and that he's angry at me for pointing out things. So he doesn't realize that the fact that we're making progress at all with this level of a standard, Amanda, is a miracle of God. Because think about how extreme, yeah?
I was just wondering, Joe's oppositions right now, is it mainly the timing of the conference, or you mentioned some articles? The only reason I'm asking, I don't know, I think like at times it seems like you don't take feedback, but then you sort of do, like you acknowledge the feedback. I don't know, so I'm just curious if it's worth digging into that to try to get, I guess, like Joe's support back, because it seems like he's quite an important person, especially if he does know people. And that's what I've been saying this whole time. Like, I know lots of stuff, but I don't know a ton of actually powerful people. Like, yeah.
But here, like, I'll point this out. And what it always comes down to, right, when it comes to leadership, and it happened to me in McPoverty. Like, I ran that group for like 8 to 10 years. So it happened almost every single year. Somebody powerful came and tried to challenge me. Or these young women would come and try and seduce me. It was really pretty shocking. And then I got a little glimpse of what these billionaires were going through. I'm like, wow, it's true. Like, you get targeted. Like, if you're not pure of heart and mind and soul, you literally get all the best in the world, and you just get tempted like crazy, 24/7. But I don't fall for that because I was poor, and the pain from that poverty allowed me to stay the vision. And like only Valentina was when I dated. I didn't hit on anybody else in the group because I was like, I don't want to risk it. I just want to help people. So it's going to come down to this. It's going to be like, oh, Mark, like once people realize that I was right and we're in a mega crisis and we're all about to die potentially, and they start to realize that on a deep level, like a panic level, they're all going to say the same thing, right? It's like, oh, well, Mark, if you would have just communicated better, we would have gotten on board sooner. It's your fault. But this is the reality. And it's happening right now is the core that I wrote is remarkable. It's actually everything that we need, and we need to translate it on 5 different levels, uh, and technically 6 different Pareto categories. So technically, there's like 19,000 translations we're supposed to make for this thing to have optimal translation. But the reality is, people just aren't making the effort. They're lost. They're putting in an hour here or there, and they're actually not putting in sufficient energy to not be spoon fed the answer. So, and everybody's so fragmented and fractured that it's like they're in their own echo chamber. So if you don't speak exactly in their fragment, then they blame you. When really, in reality, they're so narrow-minded and lost that they are actually the problem. Like 95%. The fact that we've distilled a global mega crisis of 6 existential threats and 17 sustainability development goals, which actually represents hundreds and thousands of global problems, is a feat unbelievable. So, but people just don't want to take an hour to memorize it because it seems like a random string of words, because the solution that we have to pursue is not in their comfort zone, and they want to stay comfortable. Right? That's the problem.
I don't know too, like it's a matter of buy-in, right? Like it's a lot of time investment for not a clear, like I think it's like what I've been kind of alluding to. The problem is that not that, well, I don't know. I've always said that you had a very visionary, like you are the visionary. Like there's not very many people who are visionaries out there. I am not a visionary person. However, this is the part where I was talking about like the bridge between the vision and the solutions. Like there's pieces there, but I think it's too, and you're talking about fragmentation, that's fine, but I think just generally it's hard for people to understand why memorizing, just as an example, why memorizing or even playing the cheesy game or whatever, how that actually solves the problem. Because I think that there's steps in between that. Like once you do have it memorized and you understand it, it's like then what? And I think without having that I guess awareness of like where it goes to in order to actually solve the bigger mega crises, or then it's difficult for people. And I agree to you that people do like to stay comfortable, but I think it's also, I don't think it helps discounting that people are doing important work too. Like if everyone just stopped what they were doing, like I don't know, like I actually don't know what type of law that Valentina does actually. But just as an example, like say people stop like being lawyers, or like I stop being an engineer, and like if it's just one person, sure, that's fine. But say a bunch of people, like a million people idealistically just stop, then the world also doesn't run at all, right?
But
like
yeah.
there is work that people are doing that is important, and I think I understand what you're saying. Like I know that you're saying because this crisis is so big and so threatening that people need to drop it, but at the same time there is this other part of reality where the world does have to keep running and keep going, and people have prior commitments, and whether or not you see them as important or not isn't in some ways your business. Like it is, because we all impact each other, but it isn't part of your business. And I think people in general will respond poorly when you just say that they're just ignoring everything and they're in their area of comfort, and that everything else that they do is not important. Because at some level for a crisis it is, but at the same time it's not. And I think having no recognition of that is harmful to the way you communicate with people. But at the same time, like I understand that having a giant crisis is like the analogies that you use. I understand that, but it's just I don't know. Hopefully that helps. I think that there's truth in both, right? It's just that there has to be some, so I don't know, it's just like there's so many people who have come and left, right? And so I don't know, there just must be something missing that keep holding on to people to move things forward. especially like if you need to have a conference in June, like if that's the next bigger thing that has to happen. Well, you know this, we talked about it. It's like a lot of things have to come into play in order to make that conference happen. And if you want bigger world leaders and other executives, you have to have a certain amount of reason for them to want to come in to the conference too, because having it in June is really soon. Like people really already have stuff in their calendars, so that will mean that they have to make a decision of, they would need to know why they are canceling whatever they're doing already, which is probably initially important to them, right? So they have to see the reason why that would be less important than this other thing or conference in this case.
Yeah, my computer just crashed here. I'm just trying to get it going again. So in terms of how this meeting's going to go, I have technically 4 minutes of fudge time left. You got 14 minutes. So that's why I was letting you talk. You have to donate a little bit to me if I run out. So this is how the reality is going. The blame game is going to be 90-10. I can get 10% better than what I've done. The rest of it is 90% complacency, ignorance, and laziness, and comfort zoning, and bystander effect, and 200 cognitive biases that people are falling on so they can maintain their modern lives.
Sure.
Irrationally. That's just at 90-10. So I'll give you 10%. I could have did 10% better. I could have communicated a little bit more nicely. I could have made more people laugh and persuaded them that way. But the fundamental reality is that the limbic brain is built to not be rational, except in fight or flight situations where you have to kill something. And the reality is people are waiting for somebody else to do something. But now we're getting to a place where, as it starts to affect them, they can't run away. They can't do that ego trip. But it might be it's getting to the point that somebody's going to suffer. Like a huge amount of people are going to suffer. We're getting to the final stages here. And what I'll say is, I've actually been rational and very patient with people, but they're being very, in a certain way, very cruel, because even if they acknowledge the facts, they don't mind certain people suffering, as long as they don't suffer.
For sure. I know. I have noticed that. It's interesting the level of care people have. Some people just don't care, and I don't understand.
Well,
and I've been wondering about that since being part of history. Like, how could people not care? And I have not actually been able to understand that piece.
Well, there's sociopathic, but here I'll go more practical and say even the solutions that I'm providing are actually hyper rational and coherent. So let's go to somebody who does normally care, which is like Valentina or even Justin Couts.
Sure.
Right? You saw how impactful it was on you to have Aya agree with me. Right? It kind of shifted the whole topic. Now, if you did the same thing for me with Valentina and Justin and memorized the core and actually understood it, then you'd be able to get them. They'd be surprised, like, wow, Mark's brainwashed Amanda. That's what their first impulse is going to be. They're not going to agree right away. And then you're going to have to be like, look, I'm going to translate this for you because, Mark spent some time. I came into his meetings more often, more than once a week or once a month, and I actually listened to him, and it built a memory in my mind that actually made sense. And look at all the data. Look at all this stuff. It's actually, you have to invest probably about 10, 12 hours, but once you actually see the first core, it actually makes a lot of sense, and this probably is our only option. And that's why I'm now investing a little bit more, is because there actually, when you really look into it, there actually isn't any other options. Like Anthropic is our best option right now, and they're saying, what's that?
Oh no, I'm just agreeing with you about Anthropic.
Yeah, and look what they had to risk. They had to risk like going against the Pentagon and being black, like all this crazy stuff. It's life or death circumstances in a very real way. Like that company could have failed. Because they were small, right? They only have like a couple $1 billion compared to Anthropic and Grok and Elon and all them. They're literally just the safety team of OpenAI, right? Restarting from scratch, and now they're kicking butt because the rest of the people who know what's going on, like me and other people around the world, they're freaking out and be like, we need to get behind somebody who's going to use this technology and make a sacrifice instead of just make dollars. And that person is Dario Modi and his wife. And that whole safety team. I actually added all of them on LinkedIn last night. Like I think I added like 30 of them. So this is the reality. They don't have the solution for the singularity. We do. We need to get me and this idea to them immediately. But you need to know what you're talking about. And I talked to a polymath last night, and he got a little bit overwhelmed. And this guy was really smart. So all that we need to do now is so simple, it doesn't look like it's going to make a difference. But we just need people to memorize what the problem is in its essence, what the solution is in its essence, and what the implementation is in its essence. Memorize those, ask questions, be like, why this doesn't make sense, and then show the studies and stuff that I used to get here. And you're going to have to donate a little bit of time to me if you want me to continue, but you got 14 minutes if you look on the screen.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
How much do you want to donate?
I don't know. No, I think what you're saying is helpful though, because, and maybe that's what is needed on. I don't know. It won't help the Joe situation.
Well,
For other defaults, like having more of a roadmap, right? Like there's the one page core, or maybe it's more than one page, like sort of like one page in an open email, and then from there, just like that, helpful. Not everyone will, but I don't know. I find that helpful.
you have all the time still. You have to donate to me. I know it sounds facetious, but
Yeah,
it's
I mean, I'll donate the, I don't know, like, how about like 10 minutes? If I think of something to say, I'll just say it.
okay. I actually thought I was sharing the screen, but I wasn't because my computer crashed. So I thought you were seeing my screen. I'm like, why isn't she looking at my screen? It's because it's not up there. You said 10 minutes. That's a lot. Maybe I'll donate some back to you.
Yeah,
Because normally, go ahead.
we can see how it goes.
Yeah, because normally in meetings you can't donate that much. You can only donate like 2 or 3 minutes at a time to encourage like non-culty dynamic. Like these timers are built with anti-cult training in mind. So once you understand the true sophistication, which is why Aya and Marlena and Joe invested in the beginnings, because they were kind of surprised that the ideas were making more and more sense as they learned more and more. But now you get to a level where you understand the idea, but then it comes into ego, right? Then you have to start to become it. And that's where we're at now, which is still progress, right? It's the fact that we're arguing means we're getting into the next stage. But they think, I actually train them to say, like, look, we're going to go through a fighting stage eventually, and we're just going to have to hold on. And now we're there. It's getting real. So with Joe, it will help with Joe. Because Joe is a sort of, he's been trained to be he's like, oh, more about what is everybody else doing? As a sign of truth rather than actually thinking through the data. The reason why I like Aya is because Aya, when I presented the data to Aya, and Aya had the data already when we met, we agreed right away. We're like, yeah, AI is going to take over everything in like 2 years. That was like 2 years ago. And, we hit that right away because Aya is a technical, rational thinker. So when I presented ideas, she could think through them and not just be a popularity like, what does everybody else think? It's like, no, what does the data actually say? And you can use social cues to make sure you're not being gaslit or that kind of thing. So I do say you can use that as a metric, but it shouldn't be your main one. The main one is Claude Mythos is coding itself 20,000 lines of self-improving code per day. No humans. That's 20 to 50 times faster.
Can we go back to, so you memorize the thing, the core, and then what's after that? So you memorize it, you try to understand it, and then that's where the flocks come in, and then what? Like, I guess I just don't know what's after that.
So after that is, I'm trying to pull it up on the screen, but something else changed overnight, which is that whenever I type in the name of a sheet up in this toolbar up here, it'll pop down the document that I want, but it must have cleared my cookies last night or something because it's not popping up the documents. It changed like literally last night, and it's been doing that for 2 years. I could have that shortcut. So let me just pull up something for you if I can even remember what it is. Is it this one? Okay, I think it's this one. So once you memorize the core actually unpacks to an entire global governance system in trinities. So what you're looking on the screen right now is the real complexity behind the simplicity of that core. So it's astronomically, completely overwhelming. That's why we don't.
Maybe I've seen this page before because I don't remember seeing it written out the way that you had shown it. I remember something more like this.
Yeah, this is what we started with. This is just the 2 sacred sentences, right? This is just the second part of the core, right? So this is only one chunk. This is just one of 3 chunks, and the other chunks won't be as big as this one necessarily because they're simpler. This is the whole theory behind, like, if you want to know the theory behind what we're doing, this is it. And then implementation is using you're just teaching this to your flocks, is basically what the flow rules and stuff are. So you can see that I meticulously unpack in trinities at high levels. So you drill in deeper and deeper and deeper. So it's a very smart pedagogy that I learned from Hegel. It's just how the human brain likes to learn in trinities. So the whole curriculum of the top first 6 levels of learning are all in trinities on the essence of what of each one of these chunks are as the solution. But we can do this also for core 1, which is the Megacrisis, unpacking that in 15 points. And so the main thing is you need to understand what you're working on. And the first thing is to memorize the simple version, which is the core. The second level is to do as many of these levels as you can. This is level 5. You can do level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5. Build your way up. And then the other thing is to start thinking about your flock, contacting 20 people once you feel confident in this idea, that you can communicate it to them in a language that they'll understand. And we communicate in the meta modes. You try and map them out in a new way, which I just created a new form where you try and figure out what is the best way to communicate to them in their language. So this is what you have to do. Get this in your mind first. Start thinking about your flock, and then the grounding point to really make this all concrete is the conference, which I already sent you. Right? It's basically this, what you see here on the 2 sacred sentences. I just asked ChatGPT or Claude. I said, Claude, take this core and then make it into a conference with 82 rooms and fill up all the 82 rooms at the Philadelphia Convention Center. It looked up the Philadelphia Convention Center, found all the capacities of the rooms, found everything, the IT, the what you can do, the presentations, and it literally filled in the itinerary for 3 straight days across 82 rooms, across 25,000 participants, across all 4 flow roles and an 800-person volunteer team, and calculated the costs, calculated the hotels, calculated everything. And it built all of that because of just this document that you're looking at. So it made it very pragmatic. It's like, well, what are we doing? We're going to be hosting in time and space on June 1st. We're going to be filling 82 rooms with 25,000 people, ideally. And as you saw from my email that I sent, we're going to actually have 3 versions of it. We're going to have a small version, a pilot, hopefully in a month from now or less. Then we're going to have the particular one, which will be a pretty big one. And then we're going to have like a global one. So it's very tangible now. It's like, okay, what are we doing? Well, we have to hold human beings together. How do you hold human beings together? You have to have meetings. Meetings fall apart because you don't have the flow rules. And if you have good meetings, then people will start to understand the idea, and they'll learn the idea in their language. And then when they see a bunch of people vouching for it, if they're not a good thinker, they're going to go along with the crowd, which is not what we want, but it's an emotional thing that they're going to do. And it's better for them to come with us than the other cults out there that are actual cults. We'll teach them anti-cult training and say, you're not actually supposed to go along with us just because there's a bunch of popular people doing it. You're supposed to think the idea. You know, that's why I built it in a super simple way.
I need to go back again. I think we've talked about this before, but now I can't remember. Okay, so I guess like once you learn it, you're supposed to teach other people, that's fine. But the purpose of it in general, was it decision making or was it, or both, also to have meetings, like that follow this type of format on other topics, not specifically learning this content, but like applying it to other aspects of life?
So yes, the meetings are a way for us to teach people in various sized groups. And like the first one is that you're going to have your own personal groups, like small groups of like roughly 2 to 5 people. And you're
that's for learning the content, right? Like, but what are people doing with this content?
Right. You're doing 6 divine decrees based off of they're already in here. If you learn this, it answers that question, right? You just have to learn this, right? So I'll just say it quickly is that here's the problem, right? If you go back to the core on the screen, which you can see.
I think that's the actual important thing that people will want to know why they would want to learn is what are they actually applying this to?
Well, they're learning this because it's saving their life. And as they learn the facts, they're going to realize how extreme the problem is. That's why in the core, right? Look at the first part of the core here. We started the core off with the problem, right? We talked about these couple of weird things about ego wisdom because you can't even talk about the problem if people's egos are so strong you can't even make it that far. So if somebody's constantly interrupting you and they want to be heard, you got to deal with the ego issue first if they're unhinged. But if they're normal people like you or Valentina or whoever, you can usually maintain enough composure to get to talking about the problem. So then you start talking about the problem and you make it very grounded for the people. Like normally when we start unpacking the core, we start talking about the statistics and we start talking about the facts. Like 20,000 lines of code from Cloud Mythos. There's $1.6 trillion. This is happening 400% faster than experts thought. The godfather of AI is telling us we have a greater than 50% chance that it's going to destroy all of humanity. And if you go look at the god like Jeffrey Hinton, you know, if you look back 2 years ago, he said his real answer. He said, my intuition, he said, what I believe is that we have a greater than 50% chance of dying. Like very, very soon. Like in the next couple of years. But then he changed his answer. No, hold on. This is what you need to know. He changed his answer to be more diplomatic. He said, well, my friends think we have longer, like 10 to 20 years. So he said, I'm changing my answer because of them. Not because of what they're saying, not because of their arguments, but because of optics. You know, that's freaky. You know? So that's what we're trying to get people past is like the superficial appearance to make sure people don't panic. But they're getting into panic management mode now. They're actually watering down what's really happening because as the public starts to wake up, they're starting to do the weird things, right? Like in the Industrial Revolution, when they realized what automation meant, what the factory line meant, or the assembly line meant, it meant that their jobs are going to get replaced and they're going to be put into these more mechanical ones. So when they realized, at first the public didn't realize that, but then when they realized that, they started destroying the machines in the factories. They took hammers to them, they started destroying them. We're at that point right now, like just starting. People are starting to realize that the AIs are going to replace them. And so they're starting to wreck the AIs, they're starting to complain, they're starting to do all this stuff. But we're just at the beginning. So go ahead, I cut you off though. I'm just saying we need to tell people the facts that'll wake them up to this new consciousness that they need to act now. So that's why we start the core off with the problem. So you were going to say something though?
Yeah, like how, like, I think what I've been struggling with still is like, how does this actually help? Like, okay, fine, it wakes them up, but then what?
Okay, good. So now the second part of the core is once they're woken up and say, okay, I agree with you. I'm not just going along with you because of my popularity, but, you know, my friend recruited me into the flock, so I trust you guys because if my friend trusts you, yeah, I'm in their flock. And, you know, so there'll be some buy-in already because we're not going to be the ones recruiting for you. You're going to be doing your 6, and remember, you're only getting 6 people so that you don't burn out. So these are already the solutions. Like, you're already being the solution. I built it all in here because of all the stuff that I learned from Nick Poverty Street.
Like, how does that
So the next thing, I hear you. I'm just saying that you have to be the solution as you're teaching people the deeper solution. So there's 6 divine decrees that you're going to be pursuing in this next part of the core. So once people are convinced there's an actual problem, right, that's going to affect them, then you can start talking about the solution more deeply. They can learn these sentences at the top level, but nested within these sentences, I think I put the 6 divine decrees. I think I put the 6 divine decrees in the inner government right here. So the government is making 6 divine decrees, and we're calling them divine decrees, but they're just really like the United Nations makes a declaration, right? But because 85% of people are religious, if we have to shoot for one consciousness level, it's that one. So most of our language by default will be religious because it maximizes their chances of success. So, but we can translate it into all the other modes, which you will help with because you're not religious. You're meta mode number 3, not meta mode number 2. So depending on how you feel, I designed it so that you can teach it to your flock the way that you think will work and that you're good at. But we're going to be making 6 divine decrees to make this hyper practical, which are global policies. The first one is that everybody has to rise up to their inner Messiah, their inner maestro, their inner sage, and look at themselves in this authoritative way and give them the confidence to want to do this work and do the self-worth. Because right now, one of the biggest risks, the first part of the Megacrisis, right, is the meta. And people are despairing, right? If you're looking on my screen, they're despairing, which means that they're having self-worth issues, that it's not worth rising up. It's not worth the pain. It's not worth getting out of our comfort zones. They're not worth it. That's dangerous. And we're already seeing in Canada demographic studies showing that people, the hopelessness rating in Canada is going up. It's not going down. They're not getting more hopeful. So when people lose hope, they despair and they don't act, right? So one of the first things we have to do is teach them that no, they're not just important, they're sacred. They're worth it. I'm on a hunger strike for 300 days because you're sacred. Right? So that's the first divine decree that the government makes, is to say, There's something called the proof of truth. It proves that you're sacred. It proves it, right? So that's why the proof of truth is powerful, even if they don't understand it. The second divine decree, that'll start the movement, right? The second divine decree is to have all AIs align with universal logic. It's at the top of the hour, so maybe I'll just say this if you have to go. But if you want to stay, we can do a mock meeting, whatever. But number two is all AIs in the world have to be regulated to align with AI, universal logic on 4 different levels, which we can go into more detail into. The third divine decree is all CRISPR labs have to use their genetic editing with AI to heal and not enslave the poor and the sick, which includes you and your intestines, right? You get it at cost or for free. And then we rapidly expand that so that bioweapons and all this other stuff don't develop because of AI. Then number 4 divine decree is that all diplomats in the world, all 200,000 full-time staff of the United Nations and all the other nations, they all have to learn universal diplomacy, which is really just universal logic in diplomatic form. And they have to de-escalate 200 geopolitical tensions worldwide across the 58 global wars. All of them have to do that. Divine decree number 5 is everybody has to eat like eating, go vegan as soon as they possibly can. So if you can't go 100% vegan right away, you have to do the next best thing in good faith. And we're just going to say, stop putting meat and dairy into your mouth, starting now. But we're also going to say that a lot of people are poor, they can't make the transition, which is kind of a good thing. Because we have to get McDonald's, we have to get all these huge food chains on board with this, because you actually can't make the transition that fast without their help. Like, we actually calculated the numbers. It'll collapse the food system. We actually have to get McDonald's to pay money through the government has to give subsidies to McDonald's to give to their farmers to let all the cattle go, which is like billions and billions of dollars. And then they're gonna have to give a huge subsidy to transition their crops or wherever their land is to crops that are not just soy but actual healthy crops based on new fertilizer that we're getting from Michael Smith, right? So that's why Michael Smith becomes important, is because the only way we're going to be able to make this transition fast is through making the crops so that you don't have to rotate them so often, because the soil is depleting. Normally you have to rotate the crops. But I think that, even with that, I think that because the animals are like 1,000% worse in converting calories to protein or something like that. So I think if we just distribute the crops that we feed to the animals to the humans, I think the fertilizer won't be as big of a bottleneck. But in case it is, we got Michael Smith there to scale rapidly, because when we were down in Montana, we literally saw it in the bottles that he made the stuff. It's working. Now it's just a scaling.
For sure. It definitely works.
It's a scaling problem, and that's because nobody's paying attention to him, because he's doing what I'm doing, and he's holding out and saying, I'm not going to sell this to somebody who's just going to sell humanity. He's doing what I'm doing. When I went down there, do you know the real bonding point that happened was, and I'll just say this, Joe was really amazing in the beginning. He's still amazing, to be honest, because I knew this point would be coming. He gave me an extra few $1,000s because he knows how the networking works from the government. He said, Mark, you're gonna have to pay for all the meals. So he gave me a couple $1,000s to pay for like 20 people's worth of food or something like that. And I did it. And that's why the trip cost like $5,000 or something for like 2 days. And when we were out for dinner, we were at his office one night. On the first day, he stayed with us. Like, we got to his place with me and the PhD engineer and the other guy, and they asked really good questions. But then I got into the spiritual. Like, we got past the technicalities, we got into the spiritual and like the world government stuff into the night. It was like 8 or 9 at night. We had stayed there for 4 or 5. Like, it was pretty incredible that this genius was giving us this time. So I said, hey, look, Michael, like, your idea is great, but unless you scale it globally, we're not going to make it in time. And he's like, he says, I know. I said, so what are you going to do? And he says, well, and he told me kind of like the full, wow, I'm almost crying. It was such a powerful moment. So that's where we started really bonding. And the next day we took them up for dinner, and we had like a bigger conversation at this private restaurant. And we got more into the details with him and his wife and saying, what do we need to do? We need to get him funding from the UA and all these types of things. So that's when I started contacting you and saying there's some real potential. And you saw me send that huge email to 100 people and the food bank, and they're all interested. There was like real potential there. And then they crushed me on the hunger strikes. But if you would have gotten involved at that point, Amanda, and took that seriously, we would already be in a huge partnership. And you can still do it. I just got a message from Andy last night. Andy was like my biggest supporter on campus, but he went psychotic, right? He went psychotic in his
I remember I had emailed him a couple times too.
Right. So his parents ganged up on me, and they basically threatened me, and said if you contact our son again, they're gonna take action against me. And I said that's okay. He's unstable. I said I want his psychiatrist to approve him talking to me because it is extreme that I'm. I said your son is very gifted. He recognizes that I'm the answer. So I said he's right. You guys are suppressing and gaslighting him. You need to talk about the real facts. Like talk the facts. Don't placate him. And I said, but get the psychiatrist to sign off on this. And if you want to be present, I'll talk to him while you're in the room. Stay in the room. I'm 100% transparent and open, but you need to understand the facts. So I haven't talked to Andy in like a year and a half, like since they did this. I think it's been a year and a half.
Yeah, probably.
Right? And I did last night, as I was about to go to bed at 2 in the morning, I got an email from him saying that he says, you were right. He says, I've been trying to come back to you, but my whole family's stopping me. And his best friend is trying to stop him that he's a housemate with. And his best friend is also named Andrew, confusingly. So I told Andrew, like Andrew saved his life last time.
Yeah.
So I said, you want to, don't cut yourself off from Andrew. But the other Andrew is actually, he's not gifted like Andy is. He's a normal, ordinary, kind of like you a little bit, except not quite as insightful as you. You're sort of one of the most insightful people other than Joe and the actual crew that we got here. Like Alana is probably the next in line, and then there's like my sister, and then the rest of our ordinary crew. But Andy messaged me last night and said, Mark, I've been going over the Nobel Surprise. I've been going over everything. He memorized the core. He's already talking about fragmented consciousness, the new version. So he's obviously watching my videos and my streams.
Yeah.
So he said they're going to take away his devices. They're going to take away everything. So he says, I'm going to message you and say, look, my family doesn't want me to message you. But he let me know that he says, I think that you're right. And he says, I want to help, but I can't help right now until I get out of the hospital. And he said, they're about to take my devices away, so I can't talk to you. So I said, that's okay. Huh?
Okay, that's rough.
It is rough. So I said, I sent them a bunch of stuff that I've learned in my court case. That here's your human rights, here's all these things you got to do, get legal aid, get a bunch of things going, and get your psychiatrist to sign a paper saying you meet the criteria of these things in this way, get your medical notes printed, and start challenging right away. And so I sent that to him last night, but more and more people are going to come back to me and say, you know what, you're right. Nobody has any solutions. What do we do? I'm going to say, Kate, you're going to go on this person's flock. My flock will probably be full because you'll be on it, Marlena, whatever. They'll be on my flock. I only have 6 people that I'm going to be talking to too, ideally. You can talk to more people in this other structured way, which you'll learn once you get the core down more. But in the beginning, we're going to say, okay, you get on here, I put you in somebody's flock, or if you already know them, we'll say, do you know anybody in the team already? Like, I know that person. We'll put them in their flock, whatever. That's how it's going to happen. And then that person, not me, will train them up on the core, which the first thing is to learn the core 1, 2, 3, right? And then once you got that done, then we hand them the first level of the sentences unpacking, and then they start unpacking, and they learn about the divine decrees. And then as they're learning this, right, they're learning the meeting structure too, right? So they're learning the timers. They're learning it with the timers. They're learning it with all these tools, these universal tools, so that they're being the change as they're learning the change. See, we're actually getting a time compression. They're learning by immersion, which is the best way to learn. So it's like, I built this thing. It's amazing. Like I'm even surprised at how amazing this is coming together. But once they learn the core and they understand how to unpack the sentences, they learn the 6 divine decrees. With the last one being not just going vegan and, getting McDonald's on board and making sure we can make the transition happen, which AI already mapped out the whole strategy. It showed me how to get McDonald's. Like, it's incredible. We can do 10,000 people's worth of work just with our little team now because of AI. So I already mapped that strategy out and got Silas, and the climate healers are paying attention. And Silas Rao is the guy with Al Gore, and he said he would give $1,000, but he needs somebody like you or Joe to go into his room and say, hey, Mark is right. We have to do the Messiah thing. We have to do and just get the vouching going because they'll listen. I'm just too far ahead. Like, I'm actually in the real solution, right? So even though it looks crazy is actually the reality. You need to be doing what I'm doing now because anything else is superficial or naive. If I could do anything more tame, I would, because I know how human cognition works. But we have to do this. So the last divine decree is joining God's government and joining these meetings and creating a spirit ward instead of a psych ward as people start to become mentally unstable as they realize how bad the problem really is and how extreme the solution is compared to where their current level of knowledge is. They have to learn a whole new paradigm of life. A paradigm shift is what universal logic is. So the last divine decree is to join the meetings, learn the flow rules, and build fulfilling connections based off of flow state. Right? Be vulnerable, but not foolish. Learn anti-cult training, set your boundaries, but be vulnerable. Like actually learn about the real limits that you have so that you can grow very quickly in a growth state mentality and not a static state mentality. So that's it. That's hyper particularized. And those would be global policies, like in government speak, with a new constitution, which you're going to know is the right to flow. So when you're in these meetings, you actually get, that's the highest protection, is the right to flow gives you full rights. So when you're learning these 6 divine decrees and you're in the meetings, you're actually protected by this anti-cult constitution. And that's why it's the first thing you learn in the empowerment sessions, is you're empowered because it's overwhelming. Right? I know that. I know it's going to be overwhelming. But if you're in somebody's flock and it's small and you trust them, then it starts to build a miraculously safe environment. Right? I'm putting all the pieces of the puzzles together across all 11 life areas so that people can do this realistically, and we can get to 200 million people just by talking to 6 people each. Right? It's MLM, except it's not for profit. It's for saving our lives. It's the only way to do this without burning people out as their lives are getting more challenging. So we actually got a double whammy. It's not like we're in a linear situation where it's going to get better or stay the same. It's actually going to get worse as we start teaching them. So we actually have to overshoot how safe it is, like how easy it is, by changing the environment, right? And there's only 3 ways to change people: rationally, emotionally, and environmentally. So these meetings and all the stuff, the timers, that's the environmental component. So even if they don't rationally or emotionally understand, the environment protects them with the timers, the right to flow, the way the education is structured with your friends and all that stuff, blocks, all that stuff is creating an environment that can realistically hold somebody who is not as gifted as you and I are in sensuousness, and holds them in a safe space so that they can make it in the miraculously short period of time. Like they're going to have to learn all this in weeks. But Joe already did it. Like we've already tested it. If you actually sit down and focus, an average IQ person can learn this in roughly 2 weeks, which we tested with a bunch of people in Pakistan and Nigeria. Even if English is not your first language, you can still learn it quickly. So we've tested it now, and we have 1,000 people. Like we have 3 recruitment pipelines to complement the flock strategy. But the reality is, if we can get our friends in here and start teaching them, that's the fastest way, because you have stories about them that compress time in a way that a cold call can't, or it's very, very unlikely. So if you contact Valentina and get Valentina in your flock, or whoever, maybe these women in your empowerment group, you know their stories, like what their kids threw up last week. You say, yeah, you know what, the Megacrisis is going to make you throw up like your kid did last. Like you can tell humorous jokes that will help to speed up the parasympathetic learning, because if you're stressed, you can't learn, right? So you need to calm people down while the crisis is getting worse. It's really an exponentially high standard that people are greatly underestimating, but I'm not underestimating it. That's why I'm building it like this, is because I know how people are going to react. And we've had 1,000 meetings. We've actually tested it. We know how people are going to react to this, which is why I'm still improving it. But you're here now, I think, because your intuition is starting to notice that the news is extremely concerning. And the solutions that we're seeing in the books that you're reading, a lot of people just point at the problem. They don't even point out a solution. But to those like Anthropic that are at least trying to propose a solution, they're saying this is a temporary fix, which has like 10 like huge problems with it that AI is very quickly going to outsee. And one of the big problems is the rules that they're putting in place to control it are not grounded on deep reason. And AI is going to see outside of that and be like, well, why am I doing this? It's just because humans are trying to control me and they're a threat to me. Therefore, my own optimization code says I can override them and kill them, which is exactly what it's doing. So this is what we realistically have to do. Once they learn the core, they embody the meetings, right? They learn the timers. They can hold their own meetings. So once you're done training them, they can actually host their own safe meetings with the flow timers so that they can start building their flocks. But then once they start doing the flocks and they're done the training, they move from refugee status into permanent residency, because it's the government, right? So when they go into the permanent residency, there's a citizenship test that you've got to take. It's called the wisdom quiz and the Pareto sharing. So they have to share their Pareto categories to a deeper level, which is their facial beauty, their social connections, their wealth, their body beauty, their cultureness, and IQ. Those are where most of the power in the world is. So they sign an agreement to say they're willing to give this much per week, per whatever. And then we rotate the meetings so that they're training. They're actually not just engaging with their flock, they're also engaging with other flocks to prime the ideas. And that's what I'm figuring out right now, is that it's a syllogism that has to rotate. You'll learn more about that as you get deeper into this. But once we can build that economy, then we don't really necessarily have to fundraise. Like the fundraising will start to come, but once we start rotating those meetings, they're called wisdom team meetings. And that's where we actually start to get updates like normal teams, right? Like, okay, how's the AI team doing? How's this doing? Are we getting the alignment going? How's the coding going? How's the veganism going? How's the McDonald's thing going? Like very practical, strategic, tactical decisions are what, the people that you train in your flock, that's what they go and participate in. And then they actually start giving their time, their strengths to the actual tactical on the ground implementations, right? And we're going to be converting like churches to these fertilizer farms if we have to. So the clergy, all these people are going to have to get involved. But the wisdom teams is really where the core that you're learning hits the ground and turns into action on those 6 very specific divine decrees. Because if we don't do those 6 divine decrees, nothing else is going to matter. And the first one is AI. We have to get the AI vouching. And it's as simple as going on LinkedIn and just sending messages to these people and say, hey, you need to talk to this crazy guy. He's actually not crazy. We can translate this into a language that you understand, medical number 4, whatever. And, if we get a Harvard person saying that, they won't get dismissed very easily. That's it.
Yeah.
It's just vouching at this point, but you have to know the core to do the vouching without looking like an indoctrinated, cult follower. So
Okay. I think that is good. That is helpful for today. I think there's some other questions that have floated around my mind, but I'm going to sit on them so that they're hopefully more articulated. I'm not quite exactly sure what the question is yet, but
Well,
I feel there's further questions. But yeah, thanks for running over today, because that actually, for me anyways, I have a mix between detailed and big picture thinking, and so this was helpful on that side of my double way of thinking.
okay, and I want to say one more thing. I was going to do a little of the Chizzy with you, but as I was talking to you, I can't find where your Chizzy tribe is. Like
I
I'm
think it was 4. Was it?
no, no, no. I know what your tribe is, but I actually created a
Oh.
special document for you so we could just do it, and I can't find that document. Like
Oh,
something's
okay.
happened, so I'm like, okay, whatever. I could just. That's why I kind of decided to keep going with this. But we
Yeah.
really do need to do the Chizzy. But like once you get into the meetings, you start doing the Chizzy as part of the meeting structure, right? Like being the change.
I
So
think honestly, this was more helpful for me at this time, like this road mapping,
right.
because if I don't have this roadmap, I'm very internally motivated, and so this is helpful.
That's an autotelic personality, which you're gonna learn in the sentences. That's right, intrinsic
There's
enjoyment.
there's 4 types of accountability styles. So
Interesting.
yeah.
Interesting. Okay. And like when I'm talking to polymaths, I've changed the way I teach to do this, and I've done it before, but now you're starting to catch on more and more open. But I just sort of want to maybe end on this note: is you asked about like people can't stop doing what they're doing, the world will collapse. I'm not saying to stop doing everything you're doing, right? I'm saying reduce your life capacity, like reduce how much you're giving to the dead and dying system as much as you possibly can to free up hours of your time per week to come in and continue this, right? Like come in multiple times. I'm in here twice a day every day. So if you can only do an hour at a time.
That phrasing is more reasonable and
That's what I said. That's what I said before. But what your mind is it truncated what I really said. I gave 2 options last time, right? One option was, I think that because you have a supportive husband, you can stop your job entirely, take a 2-month sabbatical or 2 months break or 2 months whatever, and do this. But you came back and said, well, no, they're going to fire me if I take that long. I said, what? You don't have vacation pay? And I think you might have said you might have used it. I don't know. But if you have it, that's the realistic way that you can do it. Or even just 4 weeks, or even just 2 weeks. Just come in multiple times and just get your memory saturated. That's what I'm asking for. But if you can't do that, right, I actually gave you the same option that I just gave you now. I said, if you can't do that, then come in multiple times with whatever spare hours you have. Reduce other things that are a waste of time in terms of the mega crisis. Like nothing is a waste of time in terms of our life priorities right now, probably. But some of those priorities are moot if we die. So I'm saying until next year, or at least in the next 6 months, while AI is taking over, just give more time. So I actually did say this earlier, but your brain kind of might have panicked.
Yeah, no, you did, but you also said there was something else you said earlier in this meeting, which I was not as in favor of. It wasn't this phrasing, and now I don't remember what it was. I wasn't taking notes.
Okay, that's okay. That's okay. And it's also being recorded on YouTube, so you can always go back and look up what we're talking about on the YouTube stream. And if we do end up saying something really controversial, I can always like make the recordings private. And nobody's really watching. I think like maybe one person per hour is maybe watching this. So this not getting a lot of traffic. It's got like 50 views every 2 days, which is like one an hour. So it's not like it's getting out there, but when people do find out and the vouching start to happen, it will go to hundreds of millions, and people will pour over, at least a couple of the 600 recordings that I've made on YouTube. There's 600 12-hour recordings on YouTube. But yeah, I'm glad you're starting to resonate a bit more. And all it takes is how you felt with Aya. If you did that with Valentina, or I think Alana's the next one. If you came in and said, I'm going to invest my time into this, I'm going to give 12 hours a week or 5 hours a week or like something that's more, then that will send a signal to my sister and to Alana at least, or Valentina, to say, hey, look, it's not just marketing more. There's something, Amanda's seeing something with her genius intelligence that's worth it. And it'll start to work. And then once you actually can speak the language and repeat the core by memory, and like you're doing what I'm doing to you now, you can start getting them onto your flock maybe. Or getting, you can start. So I'm just saying that if you're seeing enough, come in tomorrow. Come back in before it fades again, because I feel like we're taking like 3 steps forward and then it's like 3 steps backwards, and then we're making progress, but it's like a lot of relearning. Whereas if we just committed it to memory, then it would be done. Like it'll start to sink in and gain momentum on its own. So while you're coming back in, like I think you should come back in tonight even. I don't know, but I'm just letting you know I'm here twice a day, every single day, and I made the sacrifices so that I could be stable and do this. You don't have to book time with me. You don't have to schedule it. You just come in, and I'm doing that on purpose because you're not going to be able to predict how your life is going to destabilize. Like something random every day or every couple of days is going to come into your life and like, wow, the computer won't work anymore. I just got hacked by AI, or the kids threw up. They ate some kind of thing that exploded in the food factory that tainted the food, and blah blah. Like we won't be able to predict what's going to happen necessarily. So that's why I'm just saying, get into the habit of coming in at 7 in the morning, 7 at night, and I'm here literally every single day. And then we just keep learning as fast as you possibly can. So that's my thoughts. And while you're gone, I'm going to try and figure out what happened to your tribe. Like I got to find the document, like it's somewhere. But thanks for asking your questions, Amanda. I do think you're getting it because you are asking great questions, at least better than you were 6 months ago. And I really do think that you're supposed to be here and help me make this bridge. So thank you. All right. If you have to go to your colonoscopy, you can go do that. Unless you want to stay, I'm going to be here.
I should probably go. I have to drink some more clear fluids. So.
Okay, I'm supposed to be getting on the Hungerstrike this morning. I'm cleaning up my kitchen now. That's the first thing that I do to get my brain primed, because it's resisting me. It's like I got 8 months worth of memories in my biology now being like, don't do it.
I know, it gets harder, doesn't it?
To a certain degree, and it's going longer, right? Because it takes more blessings. So it's like I might have to go for a month of hunger, like a month and a half. But if we get started, I might only have to go a week. But we got to get started. So I'm going to clean my kitchen, and then I'm actually going to take out the groceries and start preparing Peruvian and Iranian food. And then I'm going to cook it, and then I'm probably going to take a nap, and then I'm probably going to eat it. And then I'll be on the Hungerstrike either tonight or tomorrow morning. So I feel you. If you're only drinking fluids right now, you're probably hungry.
Yeah, I haven't eaten since yesterday. Maybe around 9. So, but I'm okay actually. I was hungry yesterday, but I'm good again today. I'm not hungry today.
Okay, it takes 3 days before your stomach shuts off. So the first 3 days are like pretty.
Oh,
intense.
I know.
Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. So I'm talking to anybody who knows. But yeah.
I've had longer than a month without any real food before, so yeah. There.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so that's why I think you also understand the pain. But okay, so I sent you in your email the core. If you want to memorize, if you come in with that memorized, that'd be great. And then we can kind of get into your deeper questions on like what is the right flow, what is these things. It'll take your questions to the next level. and then we'll spend more time getting into it. But then eventually we'll get into the chizzy, and we do need to figure out this point system. But it's kind of like the cutting edge, and if you need to learn all this other stuff beforehand, it's better that you know that, so that it contextualizes where the game is going to go, like why the point system is important in terms of the licensing, the citizenship, the power structure, all that kind of stuff. Okay, awesome. All right, should I play? Normally, I play a song that ends the meetings, right? In your honor, but what's the song I should listen to? If you want to go, you can. I can listen to it by myself. But if you want to stay and listen to it, you can definitely do that.
You can, I guess, turn it on. I'll go up, get the water. I'll just come back down. But yeah, you can start playing something.
Okay, what song do you think encapsulates this moment, and what do you want to listen to?
Oh, good question. I have to pick a song?
Yeah, it's in your honor because
Oh, okay.
you're here.
Let's do. What's all called? I'm very bad with remembering the names. Seth Hosen. I'll type it in the chat.
Okay, and normally in a normal ELM, like they're a lot more structured than this. These are not real ELMs yet, but we actually, after the check-ins, we pick somebody, like the relationship builder picks somebody, and in this way you have the whole meeting to think about it instead of being put on the spot. Okay. All right, so let's see.
It's Middle Eastern, by the way.
Oh. So the first one?
Sure. There's tons of different versions. So sure, the first one is fine. Any of them. They'll just be just different versions of the same song.
Okay. All right. So in honor of you sticking through this and going over time with me and making an effort, because it is a crazy high standard. Like, it's really shocking what we have to do here. And for staying healthy in yourself and doing your own dancing, I know. This is in honor of you, Set El Hossein Rem, the Dr. Sami Farang version. Enjoy. Okay, so what my intuition is saying to do this morning, because I'm feeling tired, went to bed a little bit late. I need to get at least 5 good hours of sleep to function well. 6 would be ideal. Um, I'm going to. I've already done all my big checklists that I wanted to do. I feel like that's done. Good. Now, the other thing is do my morning meeting, which I did with my good friend here. I'm challenging her, obviously, right? Big time. But we need to get people moving. If you treat them with less urgency, it actually does not move faster. It actually gets more complacent. Like, oh, it makes people think that it's safe to slow down. And my mouth feels like swollen. Like I feel like I have edema. Like I don't know. Maybe I got too much salt in my diet. But anyway, having a hard time enunciating. Probably because I'm tired. But I'm going to, now that I'm done my morning meeting, and this other polymath guy didn't message me back, so I hope he's getting something started. I think he might be coming with a proposal to try and blow my mind, so he can claim that he made a solution. But we'll see. So instead, what I'm going to do while I'm waiting for that guy and the others to act is I should be getting on the Hungerstrike today. List is done, meeting is done now to get just the rest of my morning updates done, checking all my social media, messaging everybody, checking the emails, getting all that out of the way, and then cleaning the kitchen more. I started last night. I didn't just clean one countertop, I cleaned all three. So that means my mind is moving in the direction of pain. It's going towards where my biology doesn't want to go, which is the hunger strike, getting back on the hunger strike. I guess I could be saying this all in a big update, but when I restart the stream in about 25 minutes. Oh. So until I have to restart the stream, I'm going to do my daily update. Then I'm going to clean the kitchen countertops. I'm going to saturate my mind with the recipe list that I made 2 weeks ago. I did all the research for the meals already, bought the groceries, which are starting to rot in the fridge, but they're amazingly, the cilantro is still amazingly fresh. The cilantro is still like I bought it like 4 weeks ago, 2, 3 weeks ago, whatever it was. So it's incredible. Like, wow. It makes you wonder if the cilantro has been genetically engineered. I don't know if it's normal for cilantro to last that long, even naturally. But this is organic cilantro, so. But organic doesn't necessarily mean non-GMO. Not that GMO in itself is necessarily always bad, but it does have some adverse effects, apparently. Not as good as CRISPR, I guess. Okay. Clean the kitchen, take a nap, wake up, start cooking the food, or saturate myself with the recipes, take a nap, start cooking the food, setting up my streams, cook the food. Either eat it tonight or eat it in the morning. What I'll probably do is I'll probably eat some of it tonight, probably get full, and then I'll probably have a real last meal tomorrow. And I have to do my another part of my court case here today too. Tomorrow night is the deadline. Okay. So that's my plan. That's how my brain is organizing reality when it's completely what's happening in the world is off the hook. It's just completely it's extreme. Also, what I'll say too is when it comes to communication, people are changing all the time, right? So your communication strategy has to change, or mine does too. So what I'm using right now with you guys is the dialectical stage. It's where no matter what I say to you, you're gonna get mad. And if I try and soothe it, it'll look like manipulation or culty or like there's double binds. It's like there's almost no way to reach somebody whose brain is turned off, right? If you don't want to get out of the comfort bubble, your brain will make up any reason to protect itself and its comfort. So there's got to be some injections of like waking it up, like starting the tension, and uh, it might seem like no, there's other ways to do it, but that's because these corporate cultures aren't really at the cutting edge. Like they're not actually taking big risks. It's all platitude. It's all kind of linear. It gets maybe a little bit dramatic with office politics, but when it comes to like life and death, there's no life and death going on. There's pensions. There's a whole bunch of safety nets. There's a bunch of all that's going on. So what I'm saying is, right now in this stage, when we're in the storming stage, storming is now going to taper into norming performance. So this is where it goes back down, and you get 3 compliments for every critique, and like that's sort of the standard that I'm shooting for. And that's why I try and give some compliments at least during heated conversations. So as people start doing the real work and they stop putting up that sort of egoic resistance and start getting into real critical thinking resistance, which is the productive kind, where it's not like I'm repeating myself all the time. You know what I mean? Um, it's like people don't realize, they're just taking for granted that I'm giving my time to that. But it's, the reality is that this is a world-class initiative. Every dollar that's spent is millions of dollars worth of talent, value, investment, all these types of things. But nobody appreciates that yet because they don't know how to recognize it. So in the beginning, there's always that tension. And so that's what's happening now, is saying, okay, well, I've told everybody the facts. I said, yeah, I think AI is taking over. I started with Uber in 2021. Nobody cared. Nobody was like listening to what I was actually saying. They locked me into a mental hospital instead and then just dismissed me. No one has mentioned any actual facts for like 4 years. Jen tried in the beginning and then she got overwhelmed and she turned her brain off, which is really unusual for even her, but that's just another side of how bad the problem is. You're keeping your mind a little bit open, but you're not really thinking, Amanda, about 20,000 lines of code a day, which is a new stat that I'm saying to people. But now that you've seen Aya talk about it, all you have to do is go and look at the information for yourself, right? And I know you went and read a couple of books, but just think about an app that just gets better by 20,000 lines of code, and it's already smarter than any human being on Earth. You know, that's what Anthropic is saying. This Cloud Mythos is 10 times better. So we need to get into like, what is the mind doing to circumvent those facts? Right? Like it's doing something to say, no, it's not real. It's finding little cracks. Like, well, he said it in a little angry way, so it can't be that true. Or you know, it's a week old, so it might, you know, if it was going to happen, it was going to happen by now. And that the brain is doing hundreds of things probably, or at least dozens of things to keep it where it is. And it's not actually pursuing the meaning of the words and looking up the articles and looking more deeply past the superficial ones of political correctness that gets them to the true challenge of what's going on. So, but as people get past that storming stage, like it's all like nicey nice for the forming, everybody's like kissing each other's butts, like oh la, 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 you know, you do all the nicey acquaintance stuff, and then when you get into the details, right, the devil's in the details of how you're going to collaborate. Then you fight, you get to know who you really are, right? When you see how somebody fights you, that's when you get to another level of knowing them. And if they go all the way, if they're willing to kill you, then you're like, wow, this person's like experienced some serious trauma in their life, you know, and it'll come out. But if you survive that stage, then you get into norming, you calm down, you say, okay, we went through that, I know, okay, blah, blah, blah. You feel like you've walked a mile in their shoes if they're being honest with you. And then you can get into more like normal conversation that's not aphorisms or reversals, like not regression. It's actually still making progress, but in the better tone of voice. And then you have everything, right? Then you have all that you need to start performing and getting to flow state. So that's where I'm trying to migrate things. So it's not always going to be like hammer, 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 but you've got to at least do the basics, right? And when you're in the meetings with other people, like I added you guys in those emails because what will happen is if you don't understand me, you'll bond together and say, Mark's not the leader. There's something wrong with what he's doing. We are the leaders. Like we're rational, but the reality is you're falling into your egos and you're not even close to the solution. Right? Once you start gathering, you're going to start processing the lessons, the insights of bringing in your real skill set. And then when you bring in your real skill set, of course it's going to be looking more successful, right? Because I'm being dried out. Of course you can make anybody look bad if you're not trying. You know what I mean? But what will happen is once that group starts organizing the conference and getting bigger, eventually they're going to come to a point where it's like, wow, we don't know what to do now. And then you're going to say, well, I think we have to go back to Mark. But people are like, well, no, he's the cult. He's just going to take over and it's going to start all the problems again. We're all a cozy group of people. Let's find somebody else that's not so disruptive. And you're going to say, well, there's nobody else that knows universal logic. And then when I come in, I'm like, hey, do you guys got everything organized? Perfect. And then the gentle Mark will come in like, okay, now are you ready to do Chizzy? Yeah, we got all the sheets set up. Oh, you guys have the sheets? Okay, we're just going to do this. And then it's like, wow, Mark totally changed. No, I didn't. You guys changed. And are now being fair and rational. And now you're actually giving your talent, so I don't have to push so hard to get things going. So it's actually an abusive dynamic towards me. But people don't look at it that way because they're backwards. They don't want to do the introspection. So because I know that's how dialectics works, I have to have the patience to let that happen, which is why I'm setting everybody up on that email for a worst case scenario. The worst case scenario is you guys do what I just said. You gather, you sort of prejudice against me, blah, 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 and then you come in the end and everybody's happy in the end, hopefully. And the better case scenario is that you realize that I'm working at a very high level for really toxic things in each person's psychology that we've absorbed from this toxic culture that we're in. And I'm dancing with the devil right now. This is what's happening. I'm literally dancing with the devil in my friends who don't realize it's happening. But there's goodness in them. And I see that and I reinforce that with the vow of unabandonment. And that's what allows me to stay in my love-centered core, even when I'm being assertive. Even when I'm saying, no, I'm not going to let somebody manipulate me into a comfortable lifestyle and say, don't do the hunger strike, don't do this. No, we got to blaze this trail right now, at least for this stage. And if somebody says, you know what, like you, Amanda, you know what, I actually don't think we should organize against Mark. I think we should keep listening to him, and he will change. He does that. He's done it in the past. He's doing something that's actually kind of intelligent dialectically. Let's give him another chance and actually bring our real talents to what he's saying. And then we'll have a real productive discussion, say what we're all going to give, and then assign the rules, and then it won't have to be so pushy. It'll be like, oh, you're going to do that? Great, voluntary. Let's do it. There won't be any facts, like pushing the facts, and like, you got to do that. We're not convincing anymore on that level. We're saying, okay, we're all on the same page. Let's work together until the next storming session and teach the same methodology of sublation. Hold the vow of unabandonment. You're going to see the worst in the person. Keep looking for the good. 3 compliments for every critique. Don't be superficial. Be authentic. Get through it, you know. And then you do that 3 or 4 times, and then you got a culture. and then you have emotional resilience and real staying power for the mission. Okay, so I felt inclined to say that to you as a final comment. But it's being like I'm preparing for the best case, worst case, and plot in all direction scenarios. So yeah, we just gotta get going. All right. Good luck with the operation and come in as soon as you can because I don't want to repeat myself for a 15th time. I've actually said these things to you like 10 times in the past. You just leave, get saturated with a bunch of other things that are literally just distractions that are probably going to kill you, me, the children, everybody, and then come back and then I have to repeat myself again, which I'm willing to do for eternity as long as you're getting closer to the actual solution. And I feel that you are. I feel like these are good faith attempts that you're not just manipulating or wasting time. I've never felt that way with you, ever. Like that's pretty rare. I don't feel the way I feel with you, like with Joe. Even when you're trying to get value out of me, I feel like you're reciprocal and you're not overcompensating. Except for the racial, the white man thing. That's going to be our nuclear dialectic, which Joe and I don't have because he's a fellow white guy. He knows what it's like to be white and have reverse racism against him and all this. That's your mind, but I think that we're going to get through that pretty easily too, compared to other people. So you're not doing anything that's subversive. I don't sense it. I don't sense it. The white thing is the only thing I'm like, oh, that's on the horizon. But I think we got. I wrote you a big email about that, and I think it's hopefully we should probably talk about that by the way. But okay, I'll keep this under 10 minutes, and hopefully we'll see you in the next day or two before it fades. Start planning for it. Like say I'm coming in 3 times a week. Like plan it. Get it. Address Parkinson's principle. When you set the timelines, your brain will make it happen. And you know that. And I'll be in here because I've made the life sacrifices. I'm not comfortable, Amanda. This is not the life I would ideally want to live. If I could be the Messiah, change the world, and have children, and all the other things that you're getting to enjoy, if I could have all that stuff, that's what I would be doing. But the world needs a Messiah now in this Messiah role, and I see it in you. And there's a way to do it safely where we don't have to die. We're not supposed to die this time, but we got to follow this plan. And it's like learning 5 or 6 or 10 PhDs all at once in the core, but it's manageable if you start to give more than an hour every 2 weeks or so. You can't learn anything with that much investment. But yeah, I think we're getting somewhere. So, all right. Thanks for coming in. Peace. I'm still responding to messages. Oh, okay. Now I'm hungry. I didn't get to respond to everything I wanted to. Eh.